Well, here we are again. It's Wednesday, November 27th, 2024. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Today we are continuing our late night playthroughs of a series called 50 Clues. There's 3 sets of 3 boxes. This will be the third and final box of the Leopold set. We've previously played The Pendulum of Death, of the Dead, White Sleep. Today we're playing Fate of Leopold. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. We're coming up on Thanksgiving here in America. Tomorrow I'm going to visit some friends and celebrate with Friendsgiving, with some food and movie and board game. I'm curious what the rest of you are doing. YouTube says 8 concurrent viewers. This is an odd live stream for a couple reasons. Odd game to live stream. First of all, this game is rated for adults, really because of some dark nature of the story. And if you haven't watched the previous playthroughs of this, then you shouldn't watch this one. It won't make any sense. It's a continuing story. And the other reason that this is an odd one for people to tune into is because I've played the last two on sort of 1 hour's notice. So we're getting here the people who have insomnia or are up, can't sleep, looking for something. But we do have a couple of people here, 9 concurrent viewers. YouTube says 2 likes. Jelly OSB is here. So let's talk about a couple things before we start, then we'll do a recap and we'll get into it. So as far as upcoming live streams, I've scheduled 2 on the channel. I'll try to do a better, well, I shouldn't say I'll try to do a better job. I recognize it would be more helpful if you had advance notice for the games I'm going to play live. But the nature of my sleep schedule varying makes that a little difficult. And as soon as I schedule something and I know I have a schedule to worry about, it causes me some stress in terms of getting my sleep schedule on track, getting enough sleep. So it's much more comfortable for me if I wake up and I know, okay, now I'm going to have the next 16 hours awake, then I can schedule a live stream. So anyway, I have scheduled a couple upcoming live streams. On Friday at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will play the 3rd and final box in Time Stories Revolution series called A Midsummer Night. Each of the past 2 boxes in that series has taken us 2 nights, so probably Friday and Saturday we'll be playing that. I'm quite enjoying that series, and I'm trying to wrap up all of the games that need reviewing. I've been derelict in my reviewing duties here, and I've got a backlog of 10 or 11 games that I need to review. I spent some of yesterday just writing some notes. So after Friday, well, after Sunday we'll play Dear Holmes at 1 p.m. as normal. It's the 3rd letter. You still have time to catch up on those previous episodes if you want to join us for that Sunday afternoon. And then I'll probably take a week and try to catch up on my backlog of spoiler-free reviews for all of the games we've been playing over the last couple months. That's how long it's been since I've done a review. It really feels embarrassing that it's taken so long. Okay, anything else to talk about? For those of you who have joined me for the playthroughs of this series, I am really curious to hear your thoughts after we finish this series. There are a couple of questions that I have in my mind that I'd like to see answered by this box. I have really enjoyed this series, and almost all positive thoughts about it. But one of the questions I have is that at the end of the previous 2 games, 2 boxes, it just abruptly ends. And then the story just picks right up in the next box. But there's no epilogue. There's just sort of like a final picture. There's no, you get a score and that's about it. You get no epilogue story because the story is continuing. And I have some thoughts on that as a general design strategy. But what I'm really curious about is if we're going to see a proper epilogue in this box, or if this box feels any different than the previous boxes. It's actually a very interesting thing I've noticed. Some of the best game designers for these mystery games that are broken up into acts, some of them have a real feel for making the finale feel different. And if you look at some of Dave Neal's stuff, like the Baker Street Irregulars, and a couple other games we've played where it feels like there's a real attempt to make the final act, the finale, feel different. Either a new mechanic is introduced, or it's extra long, or it has a longer story. I'm very curious what's going to happen here. is this box going to feel different? Is the ending of this box going to feel different? Or is it just going to be an abrupt ending just like the rest of it? There's another question that I have in the back of my mind, which is we've been playing this, and it's clear we're sort of a schizophrenic, dangerous criminal who's has complete fantasy, hallucination, what's the word? She's completely delusional about the world. And we'll do a little recap before we continue, but she thinks she's saving the world by sacrificing these children, etc. It is conceivable that at the end, it's going to turn out to all have been true. And she really is saving the world. And we are in a supernatural world. Right now, the distinct impression I get is that we're not in a supernatural world. We're just in the mind of this crazy person. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. So I am curious to see about that. All right. Anything else to talk about before we open up this box and get started? While I am putting in the serial number, which, as you know, is at the back of this box, which the game uses to prevent pirating. You can actually play this game 30 times, use the serial number 30 times, and then it will complain. So I don't think it's a real impediment, but it is a little odd. Though actually, before we do that, we should do a little recap of the story, official recap from the website. So Heavy Suitcase was the prelude to the game. So somewhere in Denmark, suitcase with the dead boy inside is found wrapped in tinfoil and lead sheets buried deep in the dark forest. A deranged woman is sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime. That's us, Maria. Okay, and then the first game we played was The Pendulum of the Dead. Maria flees from the forensic psychiatry unit to save her son, whom she needs in the battle against evil King Leopold. She finds her son. They take refuge in a safe house. How can he help her save the world? She had this little seance with this kid. Then the last game we played, White Sleep, the last box, really goes off the rails. It says it becomes macabre when Maria succeeds in performing a ritual that transfers soul energy from the boy whom she calls her son. She finally feels she is ready to confront King Leopold. The ending of the last box, White Sleep, was her putting this boy in a coffin to get his soul. And then you can see she drinks his blood. This is a dark story. And she's got power and she's ready to fight the king. So she saved her son in box 1 and killed him off in box 2 to get his blood. All right, so now we're going to play the fate of Leopold, she thinks King Leopold is coming back to threaten the world. All right, so I'm going to click start new game. All right, now I'm going to put in the password while you're not looking. And you guys can just talk amongst yourself. Okay, so we're ready to play. Was the boy her son or not? It's not clear, really. It's a boy she definitely picked out, a specific boy she had in mind from the beginning. It seemed like it was her son, but it was either her son or some boy she knew from somewhere. All right. So what is everyone doing? Let me see. No one has answered me. That's okay. In general, there's nothing I'd rather do on a holiday than be home alone. And to me, that's like a wonderful thing. Even if my schedule normally wouldn't have me working or whatever, there's something like about weekends, about holidays, being home alone in peace and quiet to think feels like a treat. And yesterday I was telling my wife, like, we were making a joke about finding a box full of millions of dollars And I said I'd take a vacation, and she said, I think your vacations would just be staying at home would be your ideal vacation. And it's true. I'd rather put on a background video of a foreign country than actually travel to it. Jelly OSB says, I'm diamond painting whilst watching this live stream. I have insomnia, wide awake here in France, been awake since 2:30 a.m. What is diamond painting? What does that mean, diamond painting? I mean, surely you're not painting diamonds. That seems counterproductive. Painting with diamonds? I'm not sure what that means. Diamond painting, huh? All right. Another reminder, we are now using the 3-token system, 3 poker chip system. On any game, I'm going to resist getting angry at bad puzzles until we see 2. If we see 3 bad puzzles, then I reserve the right to get super frustrated and angry, but I'll try to reserve it until the 3rd and final bad puzzle. It's trying to keep my anger in check. Diamond painting. You stick tiny pieces of resin onto a grid to make a picture. So you're painting with the diamonds. That makes more sense. You're painting with real diamonds? That sounds like an expensive hobby. All right, let's get started. So card 1 introduces you to the tutorial to remember how to play, but hopefully we already remember how to play. Okay, let's maybe put these out of the way. I'll start with 1 card at a time. Okay, so you could watch the tutorial for the rules. This is just a quick reference card reminder. I like this. So the sort of hidden numbers, you just draw that card. Hopefully you spot it. If you don't, then you're in trouble. Red cards you combine. Black cards are the one we have a little bit of complaint about, but let's read here let me reread the official rules. A number in a black box can only be entered as a code in the app. Remember, this is what the app looks like. Place to combine red cards and a place to put in black cards for entering codes. All very clear. But the black cards actually can be used in 2 different ways. It says, can only be entered as a code. That's true. Codes can also consist of the card number followed by a code that you find. How this works will appear from the individual cards. Okay, so the part that's misleading we'll get to is that sometimes you've got a card where the black numbers are places you could just type in and go to explore. And sometimes you've got multiple of these and most of them are wrong and only one is the correct answer. So you just have to be a little aware of that. Okay, here we go, start of our case. My name is Maria, and I have been chosen to save the world from the evil King Leopold. He did not die in 1909. His evil soul jumped from body to body up until now. With the help of my children, I have gathered the forces to find and defeat him once and for all. I have planned everything very meticulously. I just don't remember much because of the medication I was given in the forensic psychiatry unit. During this game, you must imagine you are Maria. Your first task is to find a key to a safety deposit box with further instructions. And I'll remind you, one of the techniques we're using to play is to say, all right, if Maria has to make some crazy decision, sometimes it's a little disturbing. Like in the last episode, we had to hurt this boy. And I thought, okay, why don't we just imagine that we're sort of recreating, we're investigating this case. So we have to recreate it. So we're just saying, what would Maria do? All right, find a key in a safety deposit box. Okay, let's see what we've got here. You have moved into an abandoned basement workshop. So as a reminder, at the end of our last game, we had gone into some abandoned warehouse with salt everywhere, and she dug up some caskets of children. She likes to kill children she had buried. And then she drank the blood, and that was the last scene, her sitting in this warehouse. So now she's moved out. She's moved on to a abandoned basement warehouse. Okay, and here is the warehouse. I love the art in this game. It feels to me like a dark graphic novel. The novel I was recommending from Brubaker before was called Fatale, and you can get a compendium now on Amazon. It jumped up a little bit in price, but it's like 600 pages. If you like this kind of stuff, occult, dark, noir, black and white style drawing, and you're looking for a Christmas present for yourself, check out Ed Brubaker's graphic novels, and he's got a couple new ones I may pick up for myself, but check out Fatale. Okay, so let's get these cards that we see. 5, 6, and 7. Anything else I'm not spotting? Okay. 5, 6, 7. Let's see what we've got. Smartphone. Some mail. Probably of the owner of this house who she's come in and killed or something. And Scrabble tokens that she's drawn on. Or someone has drawn on. Okay, smartphone, stack of envelopes. No address that's readable, but what have we got? Energy. Remember, this whole case is set in Denmark. So bank letters. Okay, and what's this? Some tiles with markers on them. What is the key holder's phone number? Enter the code 7 followed by the numbers. So it looks like we're going to call a number here. And what have we got? Okay, so we can see that it looks like maybe she's just converted letters to numbers, but maybe we're spelling something as well. Okay, let's just write out our list here. So let me write out the letters. A, N, R, looks like an I. Actually, a little hard for me to see if it's that small. Okay, an S, K, A, N, R, I, S, K. We have a U, and then hidden down under there is what? A B? At the one that's half hidden. Okay, so for the R, she's written 7. For the A, she's written 7. The N, 4. The I, 2. The S, 6. The K, 0. The U, 2. Now you can see already, and what's the number for the B? So, okay. What is that? Is that supposed to be a 9? Maybe that's a 9. That whole B one is weird. All right, so we want a phone number. We don't know how long it should be. But you can see they're duplicates. So otherwise we might think that this is the order. But it seems like maybe if we can make a word, then we'll get a number. So can we make a word with this set of letters? Or a phrase? We do know we're going to a bank. Is it... Here, you can see what it is right now. It's going to be Risu Bank, isn't it? So we know she's going to a safety deposit box. I'm going to guess that it's 8 letters spelling out Risu Bank. And it is 8 letters, and you can see that's what it's going to be. So R is 7, I is 2, S is 6, U is 2, Risu, and then bank is 9, 7, 4, 0. All right. That makes sense. All right, so we've got our code, and we're supposed to put it in starting with 707 7262 9740. Now you lose score when you guess wrong, so it does, there's no going back. So I get a little nervous about this game when I'm careless. 7, 4, 0. That seems right. Okay. So start with 07. Sometimes I forget to put that in, and then in a normal game where you don't get penalized, I could just be a little careless about this stuff. And then if I'm wrong, so what? We try the right one. But with this game, I'm really hesitant to be wrong. Okay, before I type in this letter for this, can we make sure we're agreement on what that is? That's got to be a 9. All right, we're going to try it. Hopefully we're right. Yes, okay. Number seems familiar. Look at card 8. All right. So we've spelled it out, Risu Bank. That's nice. Told us to get rid of card 7, which was the one where we didn't know how to place it. So that goes in our discard. All right. Now, you arrange the letters in the right order. Okay, so now it gives us the red number 81, which we can combine with our cell phone. 51, 051, 081. Order doesn't matter. Okay, 051, 081. What's the right view for that? There we go. 051, 081. Okay. You call the number and make contact with the key holder who lives close by. Look at card 29. All right. At last you came. She hands you a key to a safety deposit box. Look at card 9. Now, what's happening here? Is this in her mind this has happened? Some of these things make sense to think about from her mind, but she's called this number. I guess she's had some imaginary conversation on the phone. And then she's found a key from somewhere. She isn't really talking to someone with a key, or maybe she is. All right, get rid of card 3, which was our intro story, which I already got rid of. Okay, now no hidden numbers here, but I do see some writing on this key. What does it actually say? Looks like a symbol, and then 56, but looks like maybe a 3-digit number with the first digit crossed off. Looks like maybe it was a 3, but I can't quite tell. And then this key looks like a little bit of an E or something. All right, so we've got this card. And now we're told grab card 9. Okay, let's see what card 9 is. I see a little Sudoku type thing. And it's got the key symbol on it. And what's down here on the side? Risu Bank with an address. And maybe the address is this 91. Back in the basement, you find a note in the envelope from Risu Bank. Okay. So we've got a key and the bank, but no instructions. All right, well, clearly we're going to want to solve this. And it is red, but just because you get red, the games don't tell you you can use the code. So I'm not sure what we do when we solve this. Still seems like the answer to the next thing is to combine the key with this. But I don't know what, it doesn't have any place for us to use the answer to this yet. But let's I guess, solve this puzzle to the extent that we can. Okay, so let's see. So we're told what each column adds up to, what each row adds up to, except not this row, or I guess that's just the singletons. Okay. Now, there's a question mark here, but no box. Why would that be? And this symbol matching the symbol on the key, do we think that means that we're going to use this 56 somewhere in here? Obviously, there's no digit that's going to be 56. All right, well, let's look at it. Let's see if we can't figure this out. Two numbers have to be 8. Two numbers can be 6. These all look positive. So this is our best candidate here for, if you imagine these are 4s, a 6, and an 8. There aren't too many ways to do this. Okay, so let's look at our smallest number of 4s. You could have a 1 and a 3, a 2 and a 2, or a 3 and a 1. Okay. If it's 3 and a 1, then this has to be a 7. 3 and a 3. 3 plus 7 is 10. So that's actually pretty consistent. Let's recreate this here. So I said 3, 3, 1, 7. 3 plus 7 is 10. 3 plus 1 is 4. So those two are consistent. 3 plus 3 is 6. And 1 plus 7 is 8. This seems pretty right to me. Let me just make sure not everything works. If this was a 2 and a 2, it's 4. 2 and 6 is 8. 2 and 2 would break 2 and 4. These actually all, no matter what you put here, it works. Let me see. 2 and 2 is 4. 2 and 4 is 6. 2 and 8. 2 and 6 is 8. And 4 and 6 is 10. So actually anything works here. 2 and 2 works here too. What about 1 and 3? 1 and 5. 5, 10. Okay, so that doesn't help us actually. No matter what we put in here, it's easy to satisfy this. So we're going to have to look at the others, but we have this question mark here. Oh, it's interesting. Okay, not only that, but these four seem independent of these four. No matter what we put here, doesn't affect the rest. Very interesting. Okay. So we have an unconstrained problem. Constraint satisfaction problem that's under constrained. Multiple solutions. Except we don't understand what the question mark is. Let me recreate this properly so we can keep it. All right, so we don't know what the question mark means. And we don't know if this symbol is trying to tell us to use the number here, which looks like 56 or something, 56. Okay. So as a reminder, the way we're doing these things now, we're trying a different strategy. If you see the answer to one of these things, you shouldn't shout it out in the channel. I'm not going to look in the channel for fear that someone's going to type the answer. But don't shout it out in the channel. You can shout out in the channel that you've figured it out or you think you have an idea, but let's spend some time working on this in sort of silence. Let's think about the possibilities. This is the new approach I'm taking to these kinds of things. When you can't jump and guess the answer, try to step back and enumerate possibilities or list facts rather than getting stuck trying to always find the answer. So let's think about it. One possibility is that we're not meant to solve this yet. That we don't have enough to solve this puzzle and we don't need to. And that all we need to do is use the key at the bank address to get into the safety deposit box and that we're not meant to solve this yet. I would be inclined to say that that's true because this game is fairly strict about combining numbers. Like even if you got numbers here, you wouldn't be able to interact with them. You wouldn't be able to put this number in. Now here's another observation. It looks to me, if I had to guess, that solving these numbers might not be relevant. It might not be the end result. It may actually be this question mark that's most important. And that these numbers just help you get this question mark. Now, if that was true, how might you get this question mark? What might this question mark be trying to tell you? Let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So is it possible that these are 8 digits and this will be your 9th and final digit? And that by filling these in, you can see the remainder goes here. That doesn't quite work because no matter how you solve these 4, you're going to have repeats. Either you're going to have a 2 and a 2 or a 3 and a 3. There's no way to have a unique number in every box. So that theory is out the window. But the other possibility is that there's meant to be a box here. So that is going to be a digit. Maybe that's more likely. Especially if they're all single digits, then it would make sense there is a plus here. Okay, so I think this is more likely that we're trying to get this digit. 3 of them add up to 12, 3 of them add up to 17 here, but they don't interact. It's pretty weird that they don't interact. Six, 8, 4, 10. 4, 6, 8, 10. 17, 12. I mean, this again is too unconstrained to have unique answers, right? This square is only involved in this sum. So it's too unconstrained. It is interesting that these sums are all 4, 6, 8. Okay. So as a puzzle, this is unconstrained. So we can't get a unique answer doing it just the way we think we should do it without bringing in other constraints. Like the rows always have to be even or whatever. I'm inclined to try to put this aside and try to do this first, because I don't see a way for us to use the result of this yet. So let's try this. Let's try putting the key to the bank and see if it wants more information from us. All right, so we're going to say $91,291. Oh, 91,291. Let's see if it's ready for us. Key does not help you find the address on the envelope. You do not know where the street is. Okay, so it wants us to, even though it hasn't told us to do this, it wants some other number from us. Is this going to be the first time that this game breaks the rule of having us actually put in a code? What about the rest of this information? 19 at 1050 Copenhagen. Key does not help you find the address on the envelope. You do not know where the street is. Just trying to imagine. So let's say we came up with the number here that was in the center. Let's say it was 56 or 112. What would we then do? Does it expect us to go and put 112 into one of these combinations? And combine it with what? Combine it with this card? Combine it with this card? No phone number here, so surely we can't call it. We do have the smartphone, though. Is there something we're missing? Because it does feel like it's very unusual for this game to leave you at a place where you can't imagine how you would enter a code. We've just got all red numbers. Are we missing any cards? Or did we put in... We rearranged the numbers correctly. Just reconstruct this for a second. I want to figure out if we've used this card. I mean, we haven't been told to throw it away yet, so it does seem like it could still be useful. But I need to reconstruct this. It's too bad there's no history a little bit. So we got these cards. And I believe we called... Yes. We took these cards and we decoded them to Risu Bank, and we put that code in. And when we did that, we got this card. So we haven't used this number yet, 81, to combine with anything, have we? Or yes, we did. We used it with our cell phone. To get the key. Is that what we did? Trying to figure out if we've used this. Can someone tell me, did we get this? Did we use this number 81? It's unfortunate that the website doesn't have a history thing. Did we use that with the phone to get the key? Yes, we called the key holder up. She gave us the key. The chat is wondering, can we just call on the phone the Risu Bank now that we have the address of the bank? Maybe that's the street address, and it says that the key doesn't help you with the street address. Okay, so maybe it is just as simple as combining 51 with 91, but I don't know why isn't giving us the phone number, but all right, let's try that. Okay, 051 and 091. So we're trying to call the bank or look up its address, but we have its address. Why do we need the phone then? All right, I'm going to combine and see what happens. All right. You find the bank's address on an online map and go there to find the vault. All right, where's my... I don't know if this really is going to count as a bad, but I don't like that. It didn't seem... Well, all right. That's okay. It's okay. Minor. Look at card 30. Okay. I do like that we had to figure out whether we could use this card yet or not. I didn't mind that. I just don't love this. In previous things, we could see there was a map, there was a thing. It's just weird that no phone number. But all right. Card 30. Let's see what we've got here. Enter the code 30 followed by the number of the box you want to open. Okay, so we're in a room. I think this is the right way to look at this. We're in a room full of safety deposit boxes. All right, so now at least we understand that we're on this puzzle. Right, now we can see that once we solve this puzzle, we'll know what box to open and we can put in a number. All right, so now we know we do indeed have to figure out what safety deposit box we want to open. And this is the totality of the information we have. So we're going to have to figure out how to take this ambiguous constraint satisfaction. And it does seem like maybe the answer here is our answer. Or is this unrelated to this? They do seem related, but you could imagine this. The box number is this right here. What is this? Something 56, or just, no, it doesn't look like it's just 56. It looks like a 3-digit number. Something 56. If it's centered on there, it's probably a 3-digit number. So 356 or something 56. You think it means 3-digit numbers? So X56, X56. That doesn't make sense. Huh. Should we be looking for a 3-digit code that ends in the 56, which is what's on the second 2 last digits of this key? If so, let's do the same thing. Let's think about possibilities. One possibility is this question mark is the digit that's missing, and that you don't use the 5 and the 6 anywhere else. But it's too unconstrained, right? This was a 1, and you could have an 8 and an 8. I mean, anything is possible. There has to be some other relation between these numbers. What if there's another constraint that we can't see here that's implied? So if you look at my 1337, what could be the constraint that is implied. If instead of these digits, that's just one possible solution. This is, let's say this is 2 and 2, and this is a 6, and this is a 4. So here's another solution. Now, if you did this solution, could it be that these are in between? Doesn't quite work, doesn't it? I was thinking, like, could you say that between the 2 and the 4 is a 3, between the 4 and the 6 is a 5, between the 2 and the 6, 2 and the 2 is a 2. Like, is there a way to not be a rule? I mean, I guess we could play it out. Let's see. That would force this to be a 2 and force this to be a 5. Problem is that you're still going to... Are we going to get guaranteed answers? Let me just see here. If I said this was a 2, 2 and a 4, I said this was a 3. 4 and the 6 would have to be a 5. Between the 2 and the 6 have to be a 4. 2 plus 5 is 7. That would make this a 5. 7, 10. That doesn't work. So that wouldn't be a valid way of doing it. Okay. Let me look at some other ways to do this inner set. So here's another solution to our inner set. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something else to help me constrain what if... Boy, that's just weird. All right, let's think of it in a different way. If it's a 3-digit number and the middle row is where we're going to read off the 3-digit number, and we're hoping to find this box, can we do it this way and say that's a 1? That would have to be a 6. That doesn't work. So there's no 5, 6, 5, 6 where we get the same number. If this is 5, 6, this becomes a 1. If this is 5, 6, this becomes a 6. So you can't have that same number read off down and up, down and across. Take a look at this key again. You can't be upside down. It's clearly associating this key with this puzzle. Sorry for all the zooming. All right, let's do it again. Let's try our strategy to break out of getting in a rut. Could it be something to do with this symbol? Like, I do notice, like, could this be the trajectory of digits? Like we were saying, 2, 2. Like, could it be that this has to be an arc going up and then back down, down and back up? I'm saying, like, it's a 2, and this is a 4, this is a 6. It is interesting. That would mean this is higher. I don't know what that even would mean. Okay, so that's one possibility. Another possibility is, it seems to me that the most likely solution to this code that we're being asked to put in, what box we want to open, is going to be this digit here plus 5, 6. So 1, 5, 6, 2, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, and so on. So the question is, what digit would go here? And we've got, for the inner sets, seems like it's totally independent than the outer sets. These two rows, there must be some other implied constraint. But we came up with a couple. In fact, if you just treat it as symmetric, which I think for the outer lines doesn't matter. Then you've got 2, 2, 4, 6, or 1, 3, 5, 5. I just write out our two possibilities here. One, 3, 5, 5. Is that right? 1, 3, 5, 5. Or 2, 2, 4, 6. And there you could have the 3 and the 1 reversed here. I guess that's a different answer. Okay, let's try put that out. I wonder if the shape of this isn't telling us something about it, about the implied constraints. Okay, so if you did 3, 1, then you'd get 3, 7. Okay, so 2, 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5, 5, or 3, 1, 3, 7. Those are all solutions to the interior. Now, is there a reason to prefer one over the other? Is there some implied constraint to this puzzle? And that would give us unique answers. I don't know why there's no box in the center, but okay, let's just assume there is one. None of them, is there something about the diagonals we should be able to constrain? Anything that, any additional constraint could give us unique solution. Oh, without some extra constraints, anything is possible. So I do notice that these are evens. These are all odds. What happens if we say everything has to be even on the outside? Is that enough of a constraint? Everything even on the outside completely constrains us to this unique solution for the inner square. But does it give us a unique solution here? Let's try it. If we put 2 here, but we know this is going to have to be odd in that case. If everything on the outside is even, the only way you get an odd number is if you add up an odd here. But if there's an odd here and these are even, this would be odd. So it's impossible to do. It's impossible to have all the outsides evens. Well, why don't we take a break? I'm not angry at this puzzle yet. I'm quite curious about it. Okay, let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So just as we were going to break, just after we went to break, I was looking again. I think I understand a little bit about where we were going wrong and what the solution is. So we notice that this is under-constrained. Lots of different numbers. These four inner ones are completely independent from the four outer ones. Even if we think this digit's going to be the key, it's too unconstrained. And we identified some possible solutions. You could have 2, 2, 4, 6, just looking at these inner four, or 1, 3, 5, 5, or 3, 1, 3, 7. So we were trying to think, is there some pattern that's constraining it to one of those solutions? Then I was looking over at this card and I realized, wait a second. We've got numbered tiles, right? Here's our set of numbers that are on those tiles. And what I notice is here that one of our solutions to these inner four seems consistent while the others don't. Like 1, 3, 5, 5, we don't have any fives here. 1, 3, 3, 7, we don't have any threes here. But this solution, 2, 2, 4, 6, we actually have two twos, a 4, and a 6. So I'm thinking now that the solution is going to be to use the tiles available to us here. So given that we use the 2, the 4, and the 6, now I think the question is how do we use the 7, the 0, and the 9 in these four to get us the answer? So let's see. And remember that 1 is missing. So we could have a 9 and a 0 and then a 3. And then 7, 7, 3. That's going to be it, surely. 9, 0, 7, 7 would be one way to use up all the digits. 7, 7, 0, 9. These two would require a 3 here, and then 7, 7, and a 3 gives us there. So 3 looks like our answer. Now, does anything else work? You can't have a 7 and a 7 to get 12. But if you had a 7 and a 0, then there'd be a 5 here. 7 and a 0 would give you a 5. But then 7 plus 5 plus 9 would be over 17. Okay, so this is the unique answer, a 3. Oddly enough, the 3 is the one digit that it almost looks like you can visibly see here. Kind of. Okay, but I think that's our answer. 3 is the scratched off digit here. So to answer this puzzle, we have a 3 in the center, which we think is the scratched off digit. So 356 we think is our key number. Given that 356 is our key number, then the answer to this should be 30356. Okay, any disagreement before I go and type this in? Now is the time. So 30356. The box number is surely going to be the number on this key, which is ending in 56 with the missing digit, which we've calculated to be 3. Now we're going to submit the code. And that's correct. I don't know why we don't get stars here. Card 31. Okay, so we got that right. That was kind of No, it's fun actually. I do want to point out something else before I read this. Um, there's something else about these things that jumped out that I'm surprised we didn't use that also caught my attention. Look at the numbers being crossed off. What's going on there? Because some of them are crossed off with a vertical line, and here, this one, and then some of them are crossed off with a horizontal line. What is that all about? I haven't made use of these digits down here at all. Why are some crossed off differently? Like the ones are crossed off horizontally. Then the threes and the twos are crossed off vertically, except this one is crossed off weirdly. That's weird. That's unusual, don't you think? Hints to where they go on the puzzle grid. That's an interesting idea. You think the vertical versus horizontal, huh? I don't know, because each number is a every digit is a vertical and a horizontal piece. So I don't know. I don't know, but something to keep in mind. All right, 31 we're told. Yes, okay. Oh, there's our safety deposit box. All right. All right, so it says you find the safety deposit box. 8, 9, and 30 we get rid of. So we're done with our Scrabble numbers. So I guess we don't need these anymore. 30 and 9. All right. So these cards go away. Well, we don't need it in the future. All right. So I see safety deposit box with some circles on it pointing in different directions. But maybe that's just where you put the key. It looks like it's just the keyhole. All right. Any hidden numbers? Doesn't look like it. And now we just have a combination, a 311 combination, which seems like the natural thing to do is use the key on it, right? Nothing else to do but do this. All right, so 291 for the key and 311 for the box. Surely it's time to open it. You open the vault. Look at card 32. Okay. All right, let's see what's going to be in this box. I'm scared to look in here. Is this going to be a box that we own or that the owner of this house owns? Like, did we put this in it? It seems like we must have put this in it, or everything we're imagining is true. Okay, a cryptex. You grab it before escaping from the bank. You're afraid the guard has recognized you. Enter the code 321. All right, and get rid of cards 29 and 31. So it's having us get rid of these two. And it's just telling us what to do. These are still in our possession for some reason. I don't know why this one is. Okay, and we can see some numbers here. Cryptex, I've never heard of that. I don't know what it is, if it's a real thing. Just wants us to put in the code 321. Okay, so we just go ahead and do this. 321. Oh, there's a time limit now. 17 and 18. What the hell? Combine the card with card 17. You flee through the streets. Each dot is a guard. Enter the code 18, followed by the minimum number of guards you can pass. Okay. Combine. Okay. You flee through the streets. A, B. I guess we're entering here. We're trying to find a route passing as few guards as possible. Yikes. And it's just going to time us. It's just counting up. So it doesn't look like there's a deadline. It's just the better the score. All right, let me just see this. 1, 2, 3. There's 3. Okay, clearly this is better than this, so we can skip that one. What if we go this way? One, 2. That looks like 2 if we go through here. 1, 2. Is there any way to do it in 1? Not if we go that way. Not if we go that way. So is it better to get the right answer or get a fast answer? I think the answer is 2. Is there a way to do it in 1 though? I'm going to say 2. Enter the code 18. This is a bit of a guess, but okay. 18-2. Correct. It's correct, but it doesn't give us any stars for taking so long. Correct. You pass 2 guards on your way back to the basement. Look at card 40. All right. Well, at least I was right. I don't like that I get no score, though. All right. We made it back home. You escape and make your way back to the basement. Okay. There's the cryptex we took from the bank deposit. There's a square wave something. There's a secret number 19. Get rid of cards 17, 18. Okay, so we're done with this. I see another number there that I see actually 2 more numbers that I had missed originally. It's not this one, this one. All right, so 1944, 43. We haven't murdered anyone so far. Okay, let's look at our cards here. 19, this looks like similar to the cryptex. Says, back in the basement, you take a closer look at the cryptex. Here, the discs are shown unfolded. Enter the code 19 and 4 numbers. Okay, so you can rotate these 4 wheels. And what are you trying to do? Don't know. But it's showing us the wheels unfolded in that view. Okay, let's see what else we got. Okay. Leopold II, Mussolini, Nielsen, Pol Pot, and Robert. Huh. So we're told these jumping bodies. So is that what's happened? King Leopold jumped to Mussolini, Nielsen, to someone else, then to Pol Pot, then someone else, then Robert, someone else, and then finally, what body is he occupying? Pol Pot and Mussolini are historic figures, dictators that killed millions. So maybe, I don't know who Nielsen and Robert are, though. Okay, but seems like we're trying to identify the bodies they jumped through. What's this? Stevenson, Thomason, and Erlichson. Whom of the three boys did Leopold's soul power jump to? Okay. So that looks like the puzzle we're trying to solve. Multiple choice, it's Stevenson, Thomason, or Erlichson. We're asking what the person is here. Let's switch to this. We're asking which kid goes in here. Okay. And then we can put in that code once we figure it out. And this is supposed to help us, presumably. Here the discs are shown unfolded. Enter the code 19 and 4 numbers. Okay, two separate puzzles. This is one. And then this is a separate puzzle where we have to figure out how to align it. Now, that does look like this, doesn't it? So if we reconstruct this pattern here, that might be the answer to this. So let's see. So let's put the boys puzzle away, the soul jumping puzzle, and let's see if we can't figure out what this would look like. Okay, so we've got an up and then a down at the end. So it looks like straight line and then up. Straight line and up, that looks like a 1. But yes, 1, and then above it would be this. Okay, so that's our 1. Yes, our 1. And then should we be looking at what the 9 connects to? Yeah, this is a little tricky visually. This is where I don't do well, but I think basically, let me just draw this out here. So, okay, so here's our numbers we care about. 2, 3, 4. And I claim there's a, maybe it's better to draw it. Okay, so I claim that we want the 1 in here, which goes like this. But then I claim that we're going to need to know what's above it, because then the 9 goes like this. This is what's going to give us our reconstruction of this is going to take more than one row. So this is the 1 here. Okay, and then we want this to go back down. So this is going to be like this. And this is going to be like this. So we should be looking for a this in the second set, which doesn't exist. So, oh yeah, there it is right there, the 3. The 2 and the 3. So this is the 3, right? With the 2 above it, 2 and 3 giving this. And now the same thing is going to happen. We're going to need to know the row underneath this. So this diagram here is actually a 3-row diagram. So what are we looking for here? It looks like we're looking for this. We draw the whole thing, right? Looks like that. No red here. Okay, there. This makes it a little easier for us. Sorry for that. Okay, just ignore that red. I don't know why it's not erasing properly. Okay, so 1, 3. Then we need this symbol here, this direction here, which looks like it's the 9. And then the 0, sorry, the 1, which is wrapped around, is this, which is here. And then for the last thing, we should be looking for the 6 and the 7. So that's a 6 here. So 1, 3, 9, 6. And that all conforms with below the 6 is a 7, which is this. Below the 9 wraps around, it's a 1, which conforms to this. So that's right, 1, 3, 9, 6. Okay, enter the code 19 in the 4 numbers. All right, so I claim that that's correct. Let's put this in. Enter the code 19. So 191396. With no objection, submit. You open the cryptex and find several different things inside. Look at cards 35 and 51. Okay. All right, that was fun. 35 and 51. Let's see what we got. Oh, boy, lots of ciphers in this one. Okay, 35 and 51 wants us to get rid of cards 19 and 32. So we're done with the cryptex, it seems like. All right, what have we got here? Another note from the cryptex. Okay, digits 1 through 9. The top row, just list them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then resets. It looks like it's going by 1s, then jumping by 2s, jumping by 3s. But what happens here? Why are we not 3, 6, 9? And then it looks like when it hits the end, it resets. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, going by 1s and recycling. Going by 2s. And then weird stuff happens. Going by 3s and then weird stuff happens. Going by 4s and weird stuff happens by 5s. 7, 6, 7. Okay. So when it hits the end, it always goes back to a 1. When it over jumps, it always resets to a 1. So it's resetting to a 1, 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 resetting to a 1. But then what is it doing when it hits reset? Then we're getting into a 0, which is not 0, 1, 2, 1. L, what's happening here? Weird things happen when it resets. So I can understand, I can see the pattern happening here. But what is happening? Well, okay. I can see 8, 10, 12, 14. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. 4, 8, 12, 16. Then what's gone wrong here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. Okay. 8, 16, 24. Okay, so we just start to use more digits. Fine. This one looked weird, though. Am I wrong? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. This would be 21. 4, 8, 12. Okay, so, oh yeah, but it was this one that was wrong here. What's happened here? This one, the whole pattern system seems completely fine, but except for the 4 line. 4 should go to 8, 12, 16 should go to 24. This 46 doesn't belong. There's our 24. So I think there's a 46 that doesn't belong here. Everything else seems to follow a very clear pattern. Except for this 46. All right. Let's see. There's another that doesn't belong? Is there? I didn't see any other didn't belong. Was it this one? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21? A 4 didn't belong. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42. 8, 16, 24. Oh, yeah. 8, 16, 24, 48. So these are wrong too. Yeah, you're right. 8, 16, 24. Next number should be 32. Instead, we get a 13. 32, 40. Okay, so the 46 and the 13 are both off. Good catch. And then it gets normal, right? 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48. Okay, so we've got a 13 that's off and a 46 that's off. So if you had to guess, a meta answer for this card is 4613. All right, that's just an observation, nothing to do with that yet. What have we got here? Some chemistry? All right, we got a chemistry shop with a secret number 52. And what have we got here? Recipe for making a bomb, it looks like. 90% of this chemical and 10% this gives you bomb making material. Aluminum oxygen. All right, well, let's get our card 52 out. What have we got? The back of the business card from Chem Shop. All right, what are we looking at here? 137962584. Nothing jumps out there at me. Let's look at this for a second. So we have no puzzle. Is that right? No, we do have a puzzle. We have this puzzle we've been asked to solve about what boy does he jump to next. And then we've got this with a card we can interact with. But what other card would we combine that with? The only other thing we have is a phone. Do you think we just call up this phone number now without making any other progress? Because we don't know how we would use these things. Even if we knew certain numbers, we couldn't use these. It seems to me we're in the same situation we were before, where the only thing to do to progress the game is just to call up the shop. So let's try it this time rather than squirm around. Let's try calling this shop and seeing if it wants us to do this next. 511 and 51. 051. Yes. Okay. You take the bus and identify Chem Shop's warehouse. Look at card 33. Okay. Get rid of card 4, which was out in front of us for a long time that we had no use for. Just put that away. Okay. That's fine. The warehouse looks closed. Okay. There's the Chem Shop warehouse. We've got a red number to combine with and a secret 34. Okay, let's get out 34. It seems like Maria is planning on making a bomb to blow up something. I have a feeling there are going to be some casualties here. What have we got here? I see. Enter the code 34 followed by the 4 numbers that open the door. Okay. So 4 numbers that open the door. This is a little ambiguous here. Let's think about it. So we need 4 numbers that open the door. Now, with this, we figured out that there's 4 digits here that seem wrong. 46 and 13. So one possibility is that 46 and 13 are the digits that open the door. Alternatively, you could say that this 3 by 3 looks closer to a match for this. And so the answer should be on this card. In which case, should we be simply mapping 4, 6, 4, 6 would be 9, 2, and 13 would be 1, 7. So that's another possibility. But why would we go? DJ noticed something clever. He said, look at these 2 things here and these 2 things here. So that does strongly suggest that the answer to this puzzle, which is our 4613, is the answer to this. But do you think it's just 4613? Or do you think we're also combining it with this because this was on the back of the Chem Shop card? So it does seem related to the Chem Shop warehouse. So let's just think. One possibility is 4613. That's the code we got from the incorrect digits here. Now, if we wanted to translate this here by saying that 4613 is interesting where they're located. They're like on the either side. But you could translate that to 92, 17. Or you could go the other direction, right? You could say 4613 is 4, 6, which would be 9, 5. 13, which would be 1, 2. So all of these would be conceivable. This one would be the most straightforward. Why would you pick one over the other? Why would we pick one over the other? That's tricky. I'm open to hearing thoughts in the chat for what you think, how you could, what, I mean, we can, the nice thing about the way this game works is that we can try all three of these, but we will lose score as we do. So my question to you is, on what basis does your gut tell you one of these is the right answer? So this matches up with this, which tells us that we think the answer to this puzzle is key. That's the most straightforward answer is 4613. But then if we want to use this in some way, there's the two ways we could use it, by going from digit here to here, position, or from here to here to here. Looks like DJ thinks it's this last one, which is changing the 4613. No, it's changing the 4613 to 9512. It's a reasonable guess. I'd love to have a reasoning for picking one over the other. I guess the fact that this is on the card suggests that that's the code related to the code. And then if you had to think of a way we could use it, it's one of these. All right, let's try DJ's. Dorps, not DJ, Dorps. Dwarf. All right, let's try it. So you think it's 9512, but do we start with something? The code 34 followed by the 4 digits. Okay, let's try 34 9512. Maybe the game will take it either way. We don't know, but let's try submit. Didn't work. Ouch, that hurts. That was a reasonable guess. Okay, didn't like this one. What's our next? Who wants to try the next guess? 9217 or 4613? Let's try just using this. Dorf, you had your shot. I'm going to put in 4613 unless someone else has another guess. Okay, 34 46 13. This is not using this card. Let's see if this is the right answer. Oh, another timer. All right, so we didn't make use of this one yet. Okay, it looks like now we're going to make use of it. Oh, dear Lord, what have we got here? 3 keys. The door opens, but the alarm is active. Enter 36, followed by the code to the alarm system quickly. Well, we just got rid of the cryptic, so we don't think it's that. It's going to be like a pigpen cipher, isn't it? Look, this is going to be the 8. It's going to be the shape. Okay. So 36 followed by the code. Okay, so that's an 8. This one's a 2. This one's a 7. And this one's a 4. Submit. All right. So we only got 2 stars for that. As fast as I went, we only get 2 stars. All right, so just to clear, if anyone missed it, who doesn't know a pigpen cipher, these are the shapes of this grid. So this shape here, where it's just going up and down, is what's covering the 8. And this C shape is what surrounds the 2. All right, so we got a couple stars for that. Yikes. Definitely feels like this finale is trying to ramp up things a little bit. We still haven't used these yet. We just entered the code. All right, we turned off the alarm, looked at card 46. I'm glad the alarm didn't go off. Okay, get rid of cards 34, 35, and 52. So we don't need this anymore. We don't need this. We don't need this. All right, so in the warehouse, we don't need these cards anymore. All right, what have we got? Warehouse is filled with chemicals from floor to ceiling. What do you need? Okay, so let's bring this over here. I see we've got our aluminum and everything else, different combination. And where is our chemical formula card? See what we need here. Are we going to need to know some chemistry here? Aluminum with a single electron bond to the oxygen and a double electron bond to this oxygen. Plus something else, 10%. So you can see there's 3 oxygen molecules, 3 oxygens for every 2 aluminum. Does that help us solve our thing here? 1 aluminum for every 3 OH. What have we got here? It's probably going to be nitrogen, right? So all right, let's not get frazzled by this. Let's take it easy. So it's a little hard to read here, but we have Al2O3. So 2 oxygen, 3 oxygen for every 2 aluminum. I think that's one element. And then we have this D. I don't know what that's about. But to me, this suggests that the majority, 90% of what we're making, has to take part as 3 oxygen and 2 aluminums. So that's one way it seems like we should be able to constrain what we want here. We want something that's 3 oxygen for every 2 aluminum. So this is 3 oxygen for every 1, 6 for 1. It's pure aluminum. This is a 2 aluminum, 1 oxygen. Or would we combine? And AlOOH, is this 2 oxygen for every aluminum plus hydrogen? Or am I misunderstanding this AlOOH? So one way to think about it is that this is a 1 aluminum for 2 oxygen. That's not what we want. We want 2 aluminum for 3 oxygen. Two aluminum for 3 oxygen. There's our 2 aluminum for 3 oxygen right here. So I guess we want this. 2 aluminum with 3 oxygen. But that'll make up 90%. We need to worry about the other 10%. DJ Moneycut says, better watch out what we say in this channel. We're going to get shut down. Dorp says, D in chemistry is a hydrogen isotope with atomic weight 2. I doubt we have a jug of that here to make a bomb, though. So maybe that's not what we're worried about. Okay, so if I had to make my first shot guess, I'd guess that this is what we want right here. Two aluminum, 3 oxygen. That's what we want for most of our bulk of our 90%. The only question is, we do have hydrogen. It's either wanting this as our answer for this, or it's wanting us to combine 2 things to get combination. If Dorps is right, is that T is a hydrogen isotope. Then you could also imagine that if we took this and this, you could make that up. That makes sense, right? In other words, let's say you needed 2 aluminum for every 3 oxygen, plus you need some hydrogen. Then you could imagine that you could use this for some amount for your 10% to get you up to 10% hydrogen, or I guess anything, and then use this and this to make it up. All right, so but I think we could certainly use some of this. It's either simple and it's this, or it's much more complex and you could figure out ways to combine these to get you enough hydrogen. But it seems to me like no matter how you do it, you could use a little bit of this. Al2O3, that seems like it's going to be this. Let's try this. Let's not worry about this yet. Let's see what happens. Okay, so what does it want from us? It says, what do you want? All right, I'm just going to put in that we want some of this dry mixture. Al2O3. So I'm going to say that we want this. That's the one I want. Okay, so I'm going to say get some 466. Submit. You find some large, heavy sacks containing the right chemical. Okay, that was the right answer. But nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. I mean, it says yes. But it hasn't. So, an interesting question then is, are we done with the chemicals? Do we just now need to pick the right key and get in the car and escape? Or do we need this 10% of hydrogen? And is this game trying to teach us how to make a bomb? Were those bloody fingerprints always at the bottom of the app screen? I'm not sure they were. It's a little disturbing, isn't it? So the game did not advance. All right, before we worry about another chemical, which we may have to pick up, can we see if we can understand how to drive away here? What have we got? We've got 3 keys and a van. One of them has this weird symbol on it. I don't see anything about that van that tells us which key it wants. What do we notice about the keys? One is pure digital. No place to put in a key. One has got these triangles, and one has got this symbol. I'm not saying it's time to drive away, but I am saying I want to see if we have enough information to drive away. So again, one possibility is that the game wants us to pick another chemical to combine, which would represent this. And then it's going to give us a hint to leave. Another possibility is that the game is ready for us to leave whenever we want. And we have to figure out what key to use on the van. Is there a number here that we haven't grabbed? What is that? No. Hmm. So there's some discussion in the chat about whether we would really be getting hydrogen. or what that D might be referring to. Looks more like a cleaning product jug. Ammonia can be used for explosives. So Thorpe thinks we don't need any more of these chemicals. Although this does seem like it is saying it's a liquid, it does match what the shape of these are. We could search for what these chemical compounds are to see if any of them is some natural detergent or something, whatever that D is. Can someone search for these things and see what they are? I know with bombs, there's usually some nitrogen. But then we have the second question about what key to use to leave. We do have the symbol of the chem shop, circle and a dot. Does that help us? What is this weird thing here? Guess I'm focused on this puzzle. How would you know what key to take? Surely it can't be that we don't see a keyhole here, so it's the one without the keyhole. That doesn't seem right, does it? You could wonder if the game will let us leave without the chemicals we need, but it does feel like we had some moments in the past where it would let us make a mistake like that and just wouldn't give us a little bit of an ending because we didn't set it up right. I don't think it wants us to take this one because we can't see any keyhole, does it? That wouldn't be that wouldn't be good. Oh. Well, why don't we take our next break here? Think about that car. Think about the chemicals. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. There's some debate here about whether... Where's our chemicals? Oh, I brought it over. I brought it over to look up chemical symbols. Okay. So there's some debate here about whether we need to add more chemicals to get our bomb mixture here. I think we should probably take seriously this comment here. You find some large heavy sacks containing the right chemical. So I think maybe we're done with the chemicals, maybe. And maybe we should just try to solve this puzzle about how to escape with the right van, right keys for the van. One possibility is we have to solve this puzzle and we can drive away, figure out what keys work with the van. Another possibility is it's waiting for us to get another chemical, then it'll give us a clue to solving this. But given that we don't see a clear way to get this, and it seems like once we've gotten this, 10% of some other chemical is probably not one of these. So let's assume that we're done with the chemicals for a second and just try to focus on this. Can we think of a way to solve this puzzle? Can we think of a way to solve this puzzle? Which key operates this van? Well, one possibility is what I said, that exactly what Dorf is saying here, that this one doesn't have a key and we don't see keyhole locks here. So should it be that one? That seems like a real long shot to me, because almost all cars that open with electronic, like this one does, but this one also does, tend to have a key. Like these key fobs tend to have a key in them that's for emergencies. Very rarely do you get a car that opens digitally but doesn't also have an emergency backup keyhole for when you lose battery. So it's really an open question about, I mean, it's true I don't see a keyhole, but might you not still need a key to open the back? Might we guess that it's this one, because this one has a way to open the doors without the keyhole and also open the back, which does need a key? Like, should we think that if we really read into this, do we say, okay, there's no keyhole in the door, so it can't be this middle one? But then should we assume that there is a keyhole on the back door? So you do need a real key for that one? Ah, it's really stretching it. So let's look at the other differences. This one has no visible key. As I said, most of the key fobs, though, have a hidden key in them, right? Like most of these flip and an emergency key is hid, just not visible. What other differences are there? Well, there are these symbols. Like this one has these three triangles. This one has this weird symbol. Should this be a key, a clue for us? Or is this something else that we might know is from like a sports car? Or... And that's even assuming that we can't see the keyhole, meaning there's no key. Wouldn't have a trunk button. That's an interesting observation. So Dorf is saying, like, if you look at a key fob, what you normally get is like a lock, unlock, and then a trunk button. I'm not sure we can jump to that conclusion, but yes, I think you might have a point there. I think this button here, this symbol here for this button might be saying open the trunk. And given that we have a van, it should have no trunk. And it wouldn't digitally unlock this. So maybe that rules out this. And maybe lack of keyholes rules on the front rules out this. All right, so we're going to guess 361. Does anyone have any better? I'd hate to be wrong on this. I'm not sure I like this puzzle. But it's an interesting idea. I guess it's going to depend on whether we're right or not. All right, so I'm going to guess 361 unless there's some objection. All right, here we go. So we're going to 331. We're going to try to open the van and leave using, that's not what I want. Using, you can't see, but the camera blocks some of the view. Okay, using key 361. Here we go. God damn it. God damn it. Well, I feel like we've gotten a real hit on score a couple times, which is really unfortunate, but I think we're seeing the weakness of this multiple choice system. In general, I think it's worked quite well, and the score penalties have been what's kept us from just wildly guessing. But here's an example of you could have designed the puzzle so that you could have intended for that to work. For that reason. Now we have a 50% chance of getting it right, even if we don't understand it. That's not a good thing. Is there something we're missing? Is there some logic we're missing? We got rid of 361. So what do we have? We have a plain key, or we have a key fob without a physical key. Maybe. So what's our reasoning? Is our reasoning that you can't see a keyhole in the door, thus it must be this one? Or is our reasoning the opposite, that because there is likely to be a keyhole here for the back, that you must use this one? And that it's just not drawn properly here? How about she just takes all three keys? Wouldn't that make more sense? Did we miss any other view of the van? No, we did not. I had to make a second guess. I guess I would guess this one using the opposite logic we used before. Saying that this button that looks like it was for the trunk, which is why we ruled it out, maybe should be ruled in because you need a separate button to open the back. This is absolutely getting a bad puzzle token, but yeah, I'm not going to call it, it's not angering me because we're just going to guess. But I really don't, feels like there should be more to this. It's a van. Do you think this symbol looks like it means something? What would it mean? Is this some Dutch car puzzle that I don't understand? There's a company logo on the business card. There is. We were told to dispose of it. First is the first problem. I think. Where is it? Maybe not. But it's not either. It's not any of those. Right? Here it is. Like I thought of that. But look, it's a circle with a dot. So that doesn't really match any of these. I mean, surely this is the chemistry warehouse's van, and all of these keys are part of the chemistry warehouse. So you would think they would all. All right, let's try. I guess we're going to. Well, let me not just guess it's the key fob. Let's have a reason for it. Maybe we misread that. We said, okay, it's not this one because that's the trunk, and this car doesn't have a trunk. That's completely logical, right? Like if you really zoom in, that button looks like it should open the trunk to a hatchback. And this car doesn't seem like it has that. So if they're not using a generic key fob, that shouldn't be for that car. So maybe it's just a poorly drawn vehicle. And it should have a key lock in it. I'm going to choose this middle one. And I'm going to say the reason is that this can't be our key fob because we don't have a trunk. And that's clearly a drawing of a trunk, even though you can't see it with my naked eye, but clearly from here, although it's backwards. Oh, all right. But, 3 flags, that can't be right. You don't design a key fob for your car based on how many flags you're going to put outside your warehouse. You don't go to the key manufacturer and say, hey, look, normally we park our van in front of 3 flags. Can you make a 3-flag design for our key? So I don't think that makes sense. But I mean, this might be a Dutch car manufacturer. Let's say it's a sports car or something. Or these 3 might be for a sports car company. That would let us know that's not the right one. But the Dutch might do it all the time. Okay, but I'm going to use some logic. And the logic I'm going to use is that we don't have a trunk, so this button is for the trunk, so this shouldn't be our key fob. So I'm going to go with this, but that requires us to say that it's a bad drawing where we should be able to see the lock, but we don't. So I'm going to go with 362. I wouldn't be surprised if this is wrong, though. So our answer is now... Ugh. All right, it's just hard for me to see. 331, 362. 331, 362. Let's see what happens. Well, there's only other one thing it can be. 331 and 363. Wow, that feels like a very poorly designed puzzle. Unless someone can explain why. Unfortunately, we can't get a hint on it. You were past that puzzle. This is actually a fascinating game session. I am having a good time. I'm still liking this game a lot, but we have now started to see in this gameplay some of the weaknesses of the approach, which is in general very good. But this is sort of important because we were talking about review. We've seen some of the weaknesses of this system. For example, we get no explanation for why that was right. We can't now click to ask for help. If we click hint now, it's going to give us a hint on the next puzzle because it thinks we're now past this. We saw how we could guess our way through that puzzle. Very strange. What's the poker chip status? I think we've got 2 bad puzzles, but I'm only going to count this one against it. I'm not going to count the other one. No super frustration, so that's good. But boy, I'd love to hear the explanation from the author about how to make that determination. It doesn't feel like this is a good puzzle, but maybe someone can explain to me. Well, you could say 2 things. First of all, you can see the real flaw in having this multiple choice system because we were able to get the right answer by guessing twice. It hurts. Maybe that's not a flaw, but it's a flaw because we've now solved it without knowing why. But I guess you could narratively explain that she took this key. She's so schizophrenic, she's sure, aha, it's the sunrise symbols. And she grabs this key and it doesn't work. She runs back and she says, ah, it must be this key. My gut tells me it's this key. She's so confident about everything. She runs and tries it. It fails. And then she comes back and gets the 3rd one. So I guess we did what she did. We got the wrong key. But I'd love for someone to explain it. Maybe this is the key to it. But I really think if the designer meant for us to pick this one because there was no keyhole in the door, that feels like a very flawed concept because probably there's a key at the back of this. Okay. Anyway, look at card 47. Now I have something to to reveal. I check the stats for this channel occasionally. By the way, we're at, if you're curious, there are 12 concurrent viewers and 6 likes currently at 1:46 a.m. Here's YouTube doing its ridiculousness where it shows all this time ahead of time. Anyway, what I was going to say is that I can see YouTube has a way when you subscribe to a channel, you can mark your subscription as to be secret or not. And so I can see, you know, a couple people subscribe to the channel every day. And I can see that the author of this game did subscribe to the channel at some point after we did our other couple playthroughs. So Jep Norsker is subscribed to this channel. So maybe we could ask him some questions at some point about some of these puzzles. And this one is number 1 on my list because I feel like every other puzzle, even the ones we've gotten wrong, at the end we figured out what the game intended, like that North Shadow Sun one. This one, I really don't know. The only thing I can imagine is that he was trying to say that there's no keyhole, so you have to pick the one without keyhole. But I don't think logically that works, but okay. Card 47, moving right along. Gulp. She's loaded it up with bomb-making materials. Okay, so get rid of cards 33, 36, and 46. 36, 46, and 33. We're done with these. Okay, there's the van, all loaded up with aluminum. What have we got? We've got a fire extinguisher in the van. We've got a sledgehammer and a screwdriver. Does everyone see those okay? Screwdriver, sledgehammer, and fire extinguisher. Let me just compare that. This looked like it was... Why is this? Looks like it's almost the same size. Felt like it was a little easier to see it here. Okay. Maybe this camera's just a little better. You place 12 large 30-kilo sacks of aluminum oxide in the trunk. There's also a sledgehammer, a screwdriver, and a CO2 fire extinguisher. Enter the code 474 when you're ready to drive off. So a nice thing is I was going to say, could we possibly think that we're still chemicals we're missing? But it had us throw away the chemical cards. So we know we're done with that. I like that. I like that system of throwing away cards so that you know you don't need them. Sorry, I'm just trying to make a couple notes for when I review it. Okay, I guess we're ready. 474. Right, nothing else to do here. No more. Well, hold on. Let's pause for a second because we do have red things. We could smash the fire extinguisher. Would there be a reason to do that? And should we grab the screwdriver? This is interesting. Like, we're about to close the door and drive off. Will we lose access to this card? Should we just type in the screwdriver to pick it up? This is the weird thing with the black cards. Like, this isn't a multiple choice guess the way the key... No, the key fobs weren't multiple choice either. This is just this black card. I guess we should pick it up. Are we gonna have another chance to do it? I'm not gonna drive away yet. This is a weird moment. It's black. So we would put it in as a code. I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. 473. It's either gonna say wrong or it's gonna have us grab it. Invalid code. Okay. That's weird. So given that we don't have any other, well, we do have red numbers. We have this. We could smash the phone so they can't trace us. This is a weird thing. We could smash the fire extinguisher. What would be the point of that? DJ Moneycut says, I think it's red. It's just dark because of the background. Well, that's an interesting observation. You think that color of the 473 is red. You could be right. You could be right. Boy, you might be right. Okay, let's say it's red then. Then my question for you is it going, I mean, we still have the van, so presumably we could still use the screwdriver, the sledgehammer, and the fire extinguisher when we get to where we want to get. Right? And surely we're not going to smash up our phone before we're sure we're done using it. Though you could imagine that they could trace her on this. Maybe we should smash it up, but why not just leave it somewhere? I guess we don't want to mess with any of this stuff now. All right, I'm going to drive off. But I do like this. Previously, we had a point where it was like, do this when you're ready to leave. And we realized, oh, wait, there's something we should do first. I'm just not sure. It doesn't feel like there's anything for us to do now. It's just weird that it's showing us these now rather than when we get out of the van and open it up. Should we solve the other puzzle first? Oh, that's an interesting idea. It doesn't feel like we can solve the other puzzle first, to be honest. I don't feel like we can solve this puzzle first. I want to make sure I got all those cards. 43. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have enough to solve this puzzle. That's my guess. I mean, here's the thing, and it's one of these. Is there a pattern? LMNOPQR. There it is solvable. Look at this. LMNOPQRSTU. Sure enough, it is solvable. DJ Moneycut says, I know the answer. I guess you had seen that. Okay, well, very clever. Very clever little puzzle. That's a good example of sometimes when you know a puzzle is solvable, your brain will find the solution. Whereas when you don't know if it's solvable, your brain rejects working on it. Okay, so we do actually know the answer to this puzzle. It's Erlichson. Because this crazy woman thinks the pattern is going alphabetical. All right, so Erlichson 443. All right, well, but I guess we're just going to put this in here, 443. Okay, is that what you had already figured out? DJ Money Cut, 443. All right. Here we go, 443. Erlichson is the right name. Look at card 45. Now, why did we lose a point there? We didn't guess wrong. Did we lose a point because I put in the code to that red card? Boy, we're going to get a bad score here. All right, 45. Okay, get rid of this cards 43 and 44. That's the two cards representing figuring out who it is. What has she done here? LRKSN. LRKSN. Looks like there's space for these. LRKSN. A 5-digit zip code. This must mean that Leopold has crossed the border, the coward. Enter the code 45, followed by the zip code. I see a hidden number here, 25. Let's see if there's some way to translate those letters to numbers. Letters to digits, we should say. That makes it considerably easier. Picture of a boy and a dog, or a guy and a dog. That seems like the guard. Okay. The back of the notebook. What notebook? This notebook, wherever this came from. All right. B, C, D, F, G. Okay, so it's giving us a system. From that, we should be able to infer these letters. B is a 5. C is a 2. D is a 3. F is a 3. G is a 4. Okay, well, I'm getting a gut feeling about the answer to this. Okay, so I see the answer. Does everyone see it? All right, so I see the answer. DJ Moneycut sees the answer. Let me give the rest of the group a moment to figure out what it is. It's not the first time we've seen such a puzzle, but it's been a while. So what we've got here is part of a whole class of puzzles where you're sort of figuring out the physical characteristics of the letters or something similar. Here we're looking at how many strokes to draw it. So the B is 1, then you do this, 2, 3, 4, 5. The C is 2, 1, 2. The D is 3, 1, 2, 3. The F is 3, 1, 2, 3. The G is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So L is 2, R is 1, 2, 3, 4. K is 1, 2, 3. S is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N is 1, 2, 3. Yeah? So 2, 4, 3, 5, and 3. Yeah? You. All right, so how does it want us to put it in? 45 followed by the zip code. So 45 plus. All right, let's go ahead and put this in. $45, 2, 4, 3, 5, 3. The zip code is for a small village. Finding Erlichson there will be easy. You drive towards the coast to find a boat so you can cross the water. Look at card 10. Okay. You find a nice boat on a trailer near the water, but the wheel is locked in place with a chain and you do not have the key. Okay. So 25, 40, and 45. We're done with these cards. Okay. What have we got here then? So it looks like maybe it's time to use some of the tools in the van. Could we smash it open with the sledgehammer? Could we jimmy it with the screwdriver? DJ says, long shot on the other card. Smash the phone with the hammer so we can't be tracked. Well, I entertain that possibility, but isn't it a toss-up? Like, we could need that phone to get where we're going. For example, how did we find the zip code of the Erlichson? Was a small town or village. We must have used our phone. If we had smashed our phone before that, how could we have looked that up? So it seems like we maybe we should wait until we know we don't need it anymore. All right, but focusing on this, we don't have a key. Obviously, we're going to have to smash it open. The only question for me is whether we use the sledgehammer or the screwdriver. I mean, realistically, it feels like neither of them are going to do that good a job. I mean, a sledgehammer hitting a lock attached to a tire, that seems very hard. So this is going to be a little crazy, but I wonder if this isn't one of these cases, like, there is some logic to freezing the lock before you can smash it. Is that a known thing? You freeze the lock, then it becomes more brittle, and then you can smash it? Feels like you might need to use all of those, though. Like, you might need to use the screwdriver with the sledgehammer. These are not the right tools to break that lock. No other hidden numbers, huh? Dwarf says it is a thing, but CO2 fire extinguishers aren't cold enough to make a difference. This feels tricky to me. Like, in reality, I don't see how you could use a sledgehammer to just hit that lock off on its own. Everything about that seems poorly positioned to hit it with a sledgehammer. I just don't see how that's going to work. Screwdriver alone, that also seems like it's not going to work. You find a nice boat on a trail or near the water. Have we confused the game? I wonder if it meant for us to solve that kid puzzle earlier. This is a weird moment. Like, we seem to have solved these two out of order, and now it sent us... It does say you drive towards the coast. So it does feel like it's confused that we haven't driven away yet. Like, it told us before on this card to enter 474 when we're ready to drive off, and then it had us driving off. I'm going to put in code 474 because clearly we've driven off already. So I think we've confused this game again, but let's see. I'm going to put in, it has us driven off, but I'm going to put in this instead. I'm afraid it's confused about where we are, but let's try 474. You drive toward the coast to find a boat so you can sail against Sweden. I guess we're going against Sweden because Erlickson, kid? Okay, look at card 10. So it's a different way we could have gotten card 10 out, I guess. Look at card 10. Oh, that's weird. Okay. You find a boat on a trail or near the water. The wheel is locked in place with a chain. Okay, so we're still in the same position, so things are fine. But now we have to get ourselves... We have to get this boat so we can sail. All right, what's it going to be? The way I see it, I don't see how sledgehammer alone is going to work. Screwdriver, I don't see it either. So I am going to try the fire extinguisher, and DJ Moneycut agrees. All right, let's try it. So we're going to say 472 fire extinguisher versus the lock 101. We're going to try to freeze it so it's more brittle. You freeze the lock and it seems more brittle and fragile now. Okay. All right, now what do we do? Now either we hit it with the sledgehammer or first we jam the screwdriver into it and then hit it. But maybe we can hit it now. Maybe we can hit it now. It feels like this game is teaching us how to do bad things. It's like, here's how you make a bomb. Here's how you break a lock. Here's how you keep a kid from escaping. It's a little troubling. All right, but what should we do here? Sorry. Should we first put the screwdriver in the lock and then hit the screwdriver with the sledgehammer? Or do you want to just hit it with the sledgehammer? Thorpe says put nail polish remover in the lock. I guess it feels now like we should be able to hit it. All right, DJ Moneycut agrees with me, so let's just do it. 471. DJ Moneycut has good instincts, usually. 101. Let's try it. Yes, we were right. Bang, the lock is broken and you roll the boat into the water. Look at card 11. All right. Oh, we're on our boat now. All right, it says get rid of card 10, which was our fire. The boat goes in the water and you move all the sacks of aluminum oxide aboard. What about our screwdriver? I really want that screwdriver. Oh, that's what we're going to use to turn the key ignition of the boat. All right, but let's get these other cards first. 12 and 39. Okay, we're going to use the screwdriver in the ignition of the boat, I believe. Let's see. Okay, card 12 looks like a map, and 1239 is a wrench and tube. All right, let's take a look here. You're at the red dot. Due to strong winds and currents, you drift 250 meters to the south per kilometer. You go northeast. So I guess we want to go here. There's nothing to do with it yet, but this is south. As we go this way, we drift this way. All right, we'll have to figure that out later. This query, nothing to do with it yet. You find plastic tube and a wrench. Okay. So nothing to do with that yet, but we do have these cards. No explicit puzzle to solve. But probably, I'm guessing, screwdriver into the ignition. We've loaded up the boat with the fertilizer, aluminum oxide. Thorpe says, my mistake. Apparently a CO2 extinguisher can be up to 100 degrees below zero. Okay, well, that would have done some work. Okay. All right, let's try putting the screwdrivers in there. So 473 and 111. Okay. 473, 111. Any objection? The boat starts perfectly and you sail off into the night. Look at card 13. Yeah, boats don't have high security in their ignition keys. Okay, card 13. Okay, we're sailing off into the night in our boat. Oh, I see. Enter the code for the course you're sailing. 131, you stay on course 15. 132, you stay on course 25. 133, you stay on course 45. Uh-oh. All right. This is my nemesis, these these puzzles. Okay. So what are we meant to figure out here? All right, let's look. Let's tackle this logically if we can. We want to get to here. Let's aim this north. Okay, we want to go to pure northeast. That's how we want to travel. Exactly northeast. This is north, this is east. These lines run east, and this is pure northeast. That's our target. And we're told you drift 250 meters to the south per kilometer you go northeast. Now, it looks like this is 1 kilometer. I don't know how I'm supposed to know that, if that's right, but let's say it is. For every kilometer you go northeast, so if we went on a course purely northeast, we would drift south 250 meters, which would be a quarter of a kilometer, which looks like it would almost be this distance here. So if we went pure northeast, the ocean would blow us south 250 kilometers, which would put us here. Okay, now let's see how we would use this to reason. What would that mean? It would mean we want to aim here and it brings us down. So let's say we got lucky and this distance was a kilometer from here to here. Then we go slightly north of northeast. So if this was 0, instead of 45 degrees, we would go like 40 degrees, 35 degrees. All right, let's see if we can't make sense of that using this map here. Course 15, 25, 45. So assuming that is a degrees off north, we don't want to go 45 because that drifts us. So probably the answer is 25, which drifts us to where we want. But let's see if that's right about this 0. Let's see if 45 is really, that's if 45 is pure northeast, which is where we want to end up. Yeah, look, okay, so northeast is 45 degrees. Okay, so don't try to line this up with this compass. This is just showing us north is 0. So pure northeast is 45 degrees, right? That's what that's showing us. Pure northeast is 45 degrees. Okay, so if we stayed on 45-degree course, by choosing this last option, we would head straight for it on 45 degrees, but we would drift south and end up here. So what we really want to do, I guess, can we overlay this? There's our north. There you go. You can see now. Okay. So there's our north. So if we went, sorry, there's our north. Okay. So you can see our destination is purely 45 degrees northeast. But if we try to sail that way, we'll drift. But if we go at 25, we're hoping we'll drift down to where we want. So let's see, could we actually try it? 25 would end us up, looks like. Okay, there's our, trying to get our, that looks like it's lined up about right. Okay, so if we go 25, that would put us way up here. That feels like it would still be too high. Like we wouldn't drift all the way down to here. Unless this is more than a kilometer, which maybe it is. Well, what's our choices? All right, so I think the answer is 132, which would be north-northeast. Actually, it'd be a little bit further than north-northeast. There'd be no reason for us to go closer north. And if we go 45, we'll miss it. So by my mind, it has to be 132. Is there any, I'm fairly confident about that, but I would love to know about whether, have I taken a card from the top of the deck here? Or is this one of the cards we have? No, okay. It seems like it would be helpful for us to know what this measures. Is that kilometer? Because if it's kilometer, it feels like we're way overcompensating. But I still think no matter how you look at it, it's got to be 25 degrees. Thorpe says the crazy lady is a nautical genius for calculating current and wind drift. Well, she is kind of a genius in her own way. All right, let's put this in and see what happens. So I claim 132 is the right answer. 132, submit. Good direction. Look at card 20. I mean, you don't have to really know. You just have to know that 130 and 133 would be clearly wrong. Oh boy, what's this? What are you doing with my friend's boat? It has a GPS tracker. A man waiting at the docks in Sweden says, what do you do now? Oh boy, this is not going to go well for this guy. Well, these cards disappear, it says. The map. Just like this guy is going to disappear. He's not going to do too well. What is he going to get killed with is the question. I mean, we have a wrench. We don't have the sledgehammer again anymore. I think it's on the van, even though we haven't got rid of the van. So I think this guy's going to get hit in the head with a wrench. But it feels like we should take a break. Have we really been playing for an hour since our last break? Time is flying by here. Okay, I guess we're going to take a break while you guys contemplate the fate of this poor guy. All right, we'll take a break. I got to trust the system. It doesn't feel like it's been an hour since our last break, but it must have been. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. We've driven the boat to Sweden. We are now in Sweden, and we've been confronted by a guy who wants to know why we've got his friend's boat. And I suppose the answer to that is a wrench to the top of his head. So that's convenient for us because then we'll get his car to drive away in. All right, I guess we're just going to go do this unless someone has a better idea. $392,201. You hit him with the wrench several times and he goes down. Look at card 21. That's one way to solve a puzzle. All right. So he probably would not have intervened if he knew how important your mission was. I'm sure. Okay, 11 and 20 we're done with. All right, well, now we've got access to his car as we hoped, and a hidden card, 22. Smoking kills. Man has a packet of cigarettes and a car key in his pocket. Okay. Packet of cigarettes and car key. All right. Well, the boat is gone. We still have this card for some reason. We still have our phone. And we still have the chemistry shop address for some reason. But it seems like we should just get in his car. Is there anything else we need to do? Guess we're just going to carry that tube with us, right? Not sure what else we can do. I'm just going to use the keys on his car and keep the rest of this stuff around. So 211 is the car, and the key is 222. Is there anything different I should be thinking about in terms of, like, we can't light the cigarette? I can't think of anything else to do. So I'm just going to open the car door. Okay, card 23. Okay, we're in his car now. Get rid of car 21, which is the dead body and the car. And we get out this card. Says the key fits the car and you move everything from the boat into the car. Enter code 231 to drive off. Okay, but first I see we have glove compartment. Let's see what's in the glove compartment. In the glove compartment, you find a first aid kit with a radiation protection blanket. Why do we have a radiation protection blanket? What's a rate? Is that what people carry around in their cars in Sweden? A radiation protection blanket? Is it for fire? A fire blanket? Or is there just random areas of radiation? Oh, maybe it's just in her mind, it's a radiation protection blanket. Because we know, DJ says, we know she's concerned about radio waves. I think maybe you're right. The way to interpret this is that in her mind, it's a radiation protection blanket. But really, who knows what it is in real life. Okay, so we got the glove compartment, but we can drive off now. 231, nothing else we want to do before we drive off, right? We've loaded our boat up. We've loaded the car up with the bomb making materials, cigarettes. All right, let's drive off. 231. You enter the name of the village on the navigation device and drive off. Look at card 37. Should we be smashing our phone, or is the sledgehammer gone? Have we brought it into the car with us? I can't tell. It tells us we moved everything from the boat into the car. But I don't know if we moved the sledgehammer in. Okay, card 37. All right. It's not hard to find Ulrichson's house. You drive up close and find that the boy is home. Oh boy. The boy is home. That's bad news for this boy. Who is this boy to us? Just some boy in Sweden, huh? Okay, so we've got 14, and then we've got, is this a QR code on the for sale sign? All right, let's see what's in 14. A rowboat. Okay. By the lakeshore is a rowboat. Oh, is this boy coming with us into the middle of a lake on a rowboat? All right. I don't like where this is going. All right, so we can siphon out some gasoline. That's what is the last ingredient we need. Diesel, gasoline. So we're going to need to get some of that. I wonder if we shouldn't just do that now. I'm not sure what we siphon it into, though. Any thoughts? Can only combine 2 things at a time. But I wonder if we need a container first. But we can't go into this house. So what are we going to do with this? Whatever this is. Looks like a QR code. Oh, we do have a phone. Let's QR code the phone. Yeah? Surely that's a QR code, don't you think? All right, let's QR code the phone. It's a good thing we didn't break our phone. Okay, 051 for the phone and 371 for the QR code. Cute. You scan the QR code, look at card 38. That's pretty neat. Whoa, it's photos of the house. Of course it is. The house ad shows the home from the inside. Okay. And then it says get rid of card 5, which is our phone. Okay, no more need for the phone. How does this help us? Any secret numbers in here? No. I see a microwave, but there's nothing to interact with here. So what's the point? Huh. That's strange. Microwave. Fire. Stove. Huh. Okay. Strange. Okay. Maybe that's just for fun. Well, we're still back at this situation here where I'm tempted to siphon out gas, although I don't know where we're going to put it. We can't try to break into the house. We do have cigarettes, a rowboat, and a radiation blanket. We don't have the kid. He's in there somewhere. He's in the house, but how do we get in the house? Maybe we can soak the chemical. DJ Monica says the gas can go directly to the chemicals. Okay, let's try it. So I'm going to use the siphon, which is 391, the tube, with the car tank 372, and we'll just try to soak our chemicals with it. This is like teaching you how to make a car bomb. What is going on with this game? This game's like, hey, look, guys, this is how you do it. You know, just pour it right, soak them right in there. Does that work? I don't know. It's like the anarchist cookbook we're dealing with here. All right, let's see what we've got in card 41. Oh, there's Maria siphoning in. Oh, she's got a gas can somehow. How much diesel do you pour on the sacks of aluminum oxide to produce the greatest effect? Enter the code 41 followed by the number of liters. Okay, well, we know the answer. We know how to calculate the answer to that. Get rid of card 39. All right, we're done with the wrench and tubing. Okay, so we know that the formula is, we know the formula is 10% by volume. So the only question is how much volume do we have? And we're told 30 kilo sacks. That's by weight though. But maybe we won't worry about that for a second. 12 large 30 kilo sacks. Okay, let's pretend it's by weight first. Okay, so that's 360 kilos by weight of fertilizer. 10% would be 36 kilos by weight. How much? And it doesn't, number of liters. A weird question, isn't it? 12 large 30 kilo sacks. Feels like to answer this, you'd really want to know how to convert what the weight of diesel gasoline is, right? We know we want 36 kilograms. No, sorry, that's not right. We want 10% of volume. So really the only way to answer this is if we knew how much volume was in the 30 kilo sacks. Since I don't feel like there's any way for us to know that, I'm guessing this just wants 36. What do you think about that? It would make more sense if this was by weight. Oh, wait, what's this? What's this? There's volume. Is this not volume information? I mean, is this not volume information? What is that saying? 4 grams per centimeter cube. There it is. This is I believe, giving us the conversion from weight to volume. Four grams per centimeter cubed. Okay, let's think through this then. Okay, there's a way to change weight into volume. So 4 grams to centimeter cubed. So the first question we could answer is how to change 360 kilograms into centimeters cubed. So 4 grams, 360,000 grams. That's how much aluminum oxide we have, 360,000 grams. So for every 4 grams, we have centimeters cubed, which we want to turn into some better thing. All right, let's use a little calculator here. Let's use Google to help us here. So we're going to say 360 kilograms. If we had ChatGPT, it would be a little easier to answer this. I should bring up ChatGPT in here. 360 kilograms. And then divided by 4, 90 kilograms, or 90, what we want now is 90 times centimeters cubed volume. Does that give us a reasonable answer? No. Ugh. How about this? Centimeter cubed volume to liters. 0.001 liters. So is it? That didn't work. What am I doing wrong? All right, let me stop. I'm sure the chat has some thoughts. Let's back up for a second. Let's back up for a second. This is one of these things that should be very easy math, but is easy to get tripped up on. We have 360 kilograms, which is 360,000 grams. Okay, so I divided by 4. Somehow I got 90, but that's not right. It's 90,000 grams. Okay, fine. So we have 90. What? Stop. We have 90,000 centimeters square volume is what we have. For every 4 grams, we have a centimeter cubed. So now we have 90,000 centimeter cubed. So now 90, stop. 90 1, 2, 3 gives us 9 liters. So we have, 90 liters. We now have 90 liters of, by volume, of our aluminum oxide. So if our formula is 90% by volume aluminum oxide and 10% by volume liters of gasoline, then the answer is simply 10 liters. 90 liters of aluminum oxide, 10 liters of gas. So that's it. The answer is 10. 10 liters soaks in. All right. Anyone just want to disagree with that? Ten liters of gas. So first we calculated using this little thing here, how many liters by volume of aluminum oxide we have. We got 90 liters. And then we know whatever this should be, which is nice and even, 90 liters, 10 liters. Okay, so by volume, 10 liters. So 41 by the number of liters. So 4110. Let's put it in. 4110. Any disagreement? Speak or forever hold your peace. Perfect. You pour the right amount of diesel onto the sacks. Look at card 42. Okay. That wasn't so bad. That was kind of fun that it was hidden how to get volume out of it. I like that. Oh. Where do you park the car for maximum effect against Leopold? Oh my God. We're going to blow up this house and, oh, because the kid's in it. I see. Okay. So we can park it against the kid. Okay. So where's our map of this kid's house? We're just going to blow up the house and try to take out the kid's bedroom where he must be. This is insane. All right. But this woman is insane. Okay. Where does the kid? Okay. So here's clearly the kid's room with the ball in it, right? Toys in it. All right. So here's the kid's room. Okay. And then here's the kitchen. And this looks like, let's see. There's the dining room, kitchen, and kids' room. Okay, let's see. So here's the kitchen right here, right? So, and then there's a door straight ahead with the sink to our right. So that seems like the kids' room is right here, right? Is there any other way it could be? If you're facing the kids' room, the kitchen is to your right. So you're facing the kid rooms, the kitchen's to your right. That's the only place it could be. So there's kitchen, facing the kids' room, kitchen, sink to your right. With the window out the thing. So there's the kids' room. So my answer is 423. Any objection? So here we are. Behind us must be bathroom. Living room. Probably looking into the kitchen this way. Makes sense. Okay, so 423. Okay, Looks like the back of the van is right adjacent to his bedroom. All right, it's not a kid. It's an evil demon of King Leopold. That's how we got to think of it. All right, you ready? Here we go. Any objection? 423. Anyone got any different? I love how the chat goes quiet when it comes time to planning this thing. No one wants to be held responsible. Get rid of card 47. Okay. And get rid of card 5, which was what, early in the card 5? It's like card 5 was a long time ago. All right, well, here we go. If there's no objection. Just outside the nursery where Leopold is asleep. Perfect. Look at card 15. Okay, here we go. We're approaching the end of this game. King Leopold will soon be destroyed forever. Now all that remains is to light it. All right, so get rid of card 38, 41, 42, and 51. All right, so we're doing a lot of cleanup of cards here. We still have the rowboat, and we still have, let's see what we have. Let's get it out here. So we still have the cigarettes to help us light it. We still have the rowboat. We still have the radiation blanket, first aid kit. We also happen to have the car, which we have nothing to do with it. And this, which it seems like we have nothing to do with it. So here's what we've got. The only thing that remains is to light it. Well, I suppose there's probably maybe some matches in here. So we could combine this with this to light it. But should we be doing something else first? Should we be putting the blanket on the rowboat so we can dive under there? Let me see what happens if we try to combine these ahead of time so that we can jump under there. Because I feel like time's going to run out once we light it. So let me see if I can prepare this. I'm going to try to combine 141 and 241 to get this ready for us. 141, 241. Might be premature, but let's see. Radiation is too dangerous. You have to shield yourself so Leopold's soul does not leave the body parts. All right, it doesn't want me doing that. I was trying to shield myself, but I guess we're wearing it now? I don't know. The cigarette can act like a fuse, so we should have a little bit of time. All right, let's try lighting it. It says there's only left to do is light it, so let's light it. 221 and 151. Now, I just want to discuss this. Once we light it, if that clock starts showing up, what are we going to try to do? Let's discuss this. We do have the keys to the car still, and we still have the car. We could try to jump in the car and drive away, or just hide in the car. So what are we going to do if this clock starts ticking down? I want a plan. I thought we were going to jump in the boat under this radiation blanket. DJ Moneycut says the car is probably going to blow up, so don't get in the car. So should we try just what I tried, but wait till after we start the fire? The car's, oh yeah, the car's full of explosives. That's right, we can't jump in the car. We don't want to jump in the car. All right, the car's over. Car's done. So That would not have gone so well. All right, I forgot. We're blowing up the car, not just the house. All right, so we light the fire. Should we try exactly what I just tried again? Then you would think that this hint thing would say not yet. All right, if that clock ticks down, I'm going to try what I just tried again. I don't know anything else to do. We're not missing any other secret numbers or anything, right? I guess we're just going to get in the boat and go into the water maybe or something. All right, let's light this fuse and see what happens. Okay, here we go. Combine. I knew it. I knew we were going to have a time. Okay, look at card 16 though. Huge explosion, but will be blown to tiny pieces. Will he be blown to tiny pieces? Look at cards 48 and 49. Oh, the clock is ticking. Okay, let's see. What have we got here? Oh, it blew up. Why is the clock ticking then? Can you find Leopold? Find the differences between this card and 49. Okay, so we've got to work on this. But the clock is ticking. All right, well, what are we supposed to do? Enter the code 49, the number of differences. Really? All right. I don't know why this clock is ticking. How are we supposed to guess this right on a short period of time? I mean, I see one difference here. All right, everyone work on this and come up with your own independent number and we'll compare them. Boy, it's hard to do this on screen, I gotta say. I feel like we're gonna get 0 points for this. Is it better to guess quickly and wrong? I just see the one difference so far. And I see another difference right there. Surely there's more differences. There's another difference. That's 3. How much time does it want to give us for this? What's the chance that we found them all, though? It seems slim. Was this the difference I already marked? Yes. I get 3. Just one in the lower right. All right, let's just say 4, see what happens. 49 followed by the number of differences. 49, 4. Missing something. Look closer. All right, what is the one you say I'm missing down in the lower right? I don't even see it. Dorf says I got 4. Well, I tried 4, and that was the wrong answer. I don't even see the 4th one. I just see 3. Just above the moon shape. Yes, you're right. There is another difference there. Okay. There must be another one then. At least one more we're missing. There, I see another one there. Let's try 5. That's it. 0 points. I don't like that. I don't like the 0 points. Surely there's someone doing worse than us. We should be getting like 1 point. What were we searching for his body there? I don't know what. I don't know why. I don't understand. I guess this is simulating having to look for things. Seems like we should be looking for body parts though, not looking for differences. Okay, card 50. Well, there's only 2 cards left, so okay, let's see. And then this says get rid of card 16, and 16 cards said get rid of 15 and 42. So it blew up. Okay, blew up in the rubble. Fine. All right, now it says get card 50. Whoa, he got destroyed. Those are his body parts. He's not at all pulverized as expected. You gather what you can find. There is a strong soul ray danger. He can jump to a new body at any time. All right. So we got to put the shield on him quickly. On top of him to prevent the soul rays from jumping out. So 241 and 501. Surprised this one's not timed. 241, 501. Combine. Good. Now Leopold cannot escape from the body. Let's stop looking at this. All right. Now I guess we're going to... It doesn't have anything else for us to do. No hidden numbers, right? Look at that scene. That is grisly. Okay. So now... Oh, I guess we're going to put it... Now that it's there, I think it's not for us to get on this. Maybe we're going to put the body on this. Because we can't interact with this, but we can interact this with that. 141, 501. We're going to sink it in the lake. Is that what's going to happen? 141, 501. Doesn't that seem like the thing to do? We've covered it up. I mean, the only thing we have left is this, and the car is destroyed. I'm not sure why it didn't tell us to get rid of this car card. Seems to me... What are all these other cards? 26. I guess we still have those cards available. I think that's what we're doing. All right, let me click submit, and then if it doesn't work, we're going to get a bad score, and then we'll have to reconsider. Yes. You move the remains of Leopold onto the boat and tie a heavy stone to the bundle. Look at cards 26, 27, 28. Okay, so that's it. There's only one more card after this, after these 3. So we're just about at the finale here. Looks like we got a bit of a map. Okay. If you want to drop Leopold into the water, but you do want to drop Leopold into the water by the X, but it's hard to find your way around the lake in the dark. Combine cards 26 and 27. Enter the correct place via card 28. So we want to put him here. North is this way. We're getting rid of 14, 23, 37, and 50. So we're getting rid of all of our other cards. And 24. Okay, so these are the only cards left for us. Okay, and what are we looking at here? So I see the windmill is here. Do we know where we are? I guess this is what we're looking at. So when we're looking in this direction, we're facing the windmill. Okay, does that mean when we're looking east, north, south, west, east? Is this red where we're looking, where we're facing? Enter the correct place. Oh, I see. Where do we want to be? Okay, I get it. So this is what our view should look like once we arrive there. Okay, so I guess the question is, if we're standing there, north, south, west, east. So if we're standing here, southwest of us should be looking directly at it. So this is southeast of us, looking directly at it. If I'm understanding this, maybe I'm not. And what's this thing? This is going to be an island, either this one or this one here. So let me... compass always points north. Okay, so whichever way we're looking, north is that way. So if we're standing here and north is this way, then directly to our left is the windmill. That's wrong. Okay, but if we're looking this way is north, then 45 degrees would be west. And then this would be southwest. So that's consistent with this. It's also a little bit consistent with this, but let me guess that it's this one. So this is north, and this way would have us, 45 degrees would be looking west. And so this would be, if you look southwest, you'll see this, which is what this would be. Southwest would be this one here, and let's make sure it's consistent with this. Okay, so if you're looking north, then to your left is the island. You're looking north, to your left is this island. Left and a little bit here. So it feels to me like this is our answer. Let me see what the chat thinks. I know it's not this one, because if you're facing north, then directly 90 degrees west would be this. And that does not make sense for this. So it can't be this one. This one's a little more ambiguous. You're looking north, then to your southwest would still be this, but a little more of an acute angle. But then here, if you're looking north, if you're looking north, then your whole left horizon should be nothing. But here, if you're looking north, your whole left horizon should see this. So this is the one I get right here. DJ agrees. Okay, so the correct place is 283. Combine and enter the correct place. Okay, so we say 283. Perfect place. No one will ever find Leopold again, and he will stay on the bottom for the next 1,000 years. Look at card 53, enter the code 531 to end the game. Okay, so it says to look at card 553. This is the last card. Okay. No, it's not it's not an answer, but it just says enter the code 531 to end the game. 531. 86%. Not too bad. Okay, continue. Thank you for playing. Maria escapes, but it's not over yet. The next trilogy of 50 cards games takes place 4 years later when you take the role of an investigator. The case is unsolved, but one day a nervous young woman shows up. She knows Maria and wants to help you arrest her. The hunt is on. So I wonder if that means the next case you don't do any bad stuff. Like you're the good guy and you don't have to be psychotic anymore. Let's see what this 54 card says. Doesn't tell us to ever draw it. Maria gets away with her misdeeds, but it's not over yet. The next trilogy takes place 4 years later with you in the role of investigator. It really sounds like this is the only set of the three where we're the schizophrenic. It feels like after this, it goes to a normal game. DJ Moneycut says, hey, Maria was the hero in her own story. Okay, well, let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back and you know how it goes. We'll talk about the game, our thoughts about this box and the series as a set. I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, we've finished our 3 boxes of 50 clues Leopold. And now we're here to talk about the experience. I am curious what the channel thought about this box and the set as a whole. Let's find out. Perry says, Game 2 was dark, Game 3 was just hilarious. Maria was the hero in her own story. The threat of Leopold is real, or is it a delusion? This box seemed quite a bit easier. Dare I say Maria seemed less crazy in this one as well. It doesn't get much more obvious than wrench to the head. Less crazy? How many did she kill? I wasn't blown away by the puzzles. The concept is the high point of the game. I think more story-focused style of game like a Mythos Tales might suit this concept better than puzzle-focused. What was the point of eating souls in Game 2 if she still had to blow up Leopold in Game 3? Maria was more on task this time, not playing hopscotch with homeless guys. I guess I was hoping she would go even more off the rails in the climax. Next series, Maria has to absorb the quickening energy of all other schizophrenics until there can be only one. Okay, maybe we'll try to focus on box 3 first, and then we'll expand to cover the whole set a little. I still have to process how I feel about this, but look, I like this series. I just do. I like the dark art, the creepiness, the craziness, the dealing with the mental illness person who's thinks things make sense a certain way. Like in her mind, it all makes sense. This completely insane plan. There's something about it that's so different from what we normally do that I do enjoy it. And you can't help but be impressed by the vision of this person. I mean, you could see like the foreshadowing. She's planning to blow up this kid's house, and you're just watching it happen. You're like, is this really going to happen? Is this kid really going to get blown up and killed? And like every time you wonder, is she really going to do this? Is this game really going to go there? It's fully there. That scene where the kid's like his body parts and his head and his arms is just like shocking. It is shocking in a way that there are puzzle games we don't play. So, and I think, so there's that. I did feel like this box might have been a little easier. Now, in every box we've played, there have been some puzzles that I thought were really clever, cute. Not no puzzle that we got stuck on for an hour, but in all of the boxes, there were 1 or 2 puzzles that we had to sit with for a while. And those were fun. And I never felt like there were never puzzles where we really got frustrated. There are puzzles where we got stuck for a bit, and puzzles that seemed broken in a way that were unreasonable, like that car lock key puzzle. I'd love to see someone explain that to me. But on the other hand, there are only 3 choices, so it never got too frustrating. I still don't know how you're supposed to solve that one, and you can't get the answer. Now, you could go back into the app, but you'd have to play it from the beginning to get to that point and then click hints. So that's a little frustrating. I think we saw some of the ways you could sort of drive this game off the rails by doing things. In this game, it happened again, where we seem to have driven off before the game wanted us to drive off, just because of the order we solved a couple puzzles. And the pacing of this game is kind of strange, but no, strange is not the word. I think the pacing is not bad. In fact, I think there's something enjoyable about solving a puzzle. It tends to be like punctuated puzzles, punctuated by a couple object manipulation stuff. But I would say, especially in this third box, the object combining was often a missed opportunity a little bit. It frequently felt like there was really only one way to combine objects to proceed. Like we never really had to think about it. It always felt like, well, I guess it tells you it's time to light it, so matchbook and this. Or it tells you have in the best of these object combination games, you're sort of sitting there for a while saying, we've got 6 objects. Look at all these ways we could combine them. Does one of them make sense to solve this puzzle? It feels like the object combination in 50 Clues was fun to make work, but it almost never required thinking. And it's not that that was unpleasant, but it did feel like it was a missed opportunity to me. So when you play a point and click adventure or a text adventure and you combine objects, that's often the key puzzle. The key puzzle in those games is often like figure out that you have to use the book and the candle and the pot in a certain way to solve a puzzle. In our case, the closest that came was freezing the lock. So, but 90% of the time, the objects were just like, you only have these 2 objects, so obviously you have to combine them or there's nothing else to do. So I think that was a missed opportunity there. And I guess for me, the story here in the third box might have been the least compelling, in that we were sort of told from the beginning that she's going to identify this kid and kill him. And then that was just the whole thing, was getting the bomb making materials and blowing him up. And it was cool that that happened. But I feel like in the first 2 games, there was more of a shock to thinking, how was she going to think what her goal was? In the second box, we were like rescuing this kid, and then there was the ceremony, and we were like, we couldn't see where it was going. We knew she had to save the world. We knew this kid had to save the world, but it was like right up in the end, we were like, how is she going to save the world? Is this kid going to help her? Is Leopold going to be real? And then she killed him and drank his blood. It was like shocking and surprising. Here, right from the start, we knew she was going to kill him with a bomb in the van. And that was it. There was no surprise there. There was no shock. It was just from start to finish, bringing the bomb to the kid. So I guess this box was the least interesting of the 3 boxes to me. Now, let's check in with the chat. Then we'll talk about the series as a whole. A paragraph or two epilogue would be nice. There was no final Maria victory image like at the end of part 2. There was that weird part where the two puzzles didn't go together. Highlight of the series might be when we realized we had to cut off the guard's thumb to use the fingerprint scanner. I think that ending scene of box 2 was my highlight, but I think that's the best place to start here when talking about the series as a whole. When we started today's playthrough, I said, I wonder what the epilogue, what the ending's going to look like, because I missed in the first 2 boxes there being an epilogue. It's a very abrupt ending. It's like you do this. 2 was the closest we got to a real ending because we got this image of Maria that was very compelling. But basically they ended almost like not like negative climactic, not just anticlimactic, but worse. It was like turn over card 54, and 54 is just the card where you can write down your score. So I pointed out that like boxes 1 and 2, I felt like we're missing an epilogue, and I was wondering if we were going to get a deluxe epilogue in the 3rd and final box where it was like more of a story, more of a scene, a finale, a dialogue, a story, something to satisfy us at the end. And not only did we not get something like that, we actually got a, well, would you say a worse epilogue? I guess you wouldn't say a worse epilogue. She dropped the body and she said the world is safe, but I was really missing something that felt more like a finale. And I do think that these boxes all had the same sort of vibe the way they ended. And this one didn't feel like it gave us a finale ending that I wanted. I do like the little timed elements, although I do feel like they're a little stingy in terms of grading you. It feels like if you're going to give someone from 1 to 5 stars based on how fast they do it, really the 0 stars should be if they take a long time. That's a minor quibble. I do like that they had that timed element. It was a little weird that that second to last puzzle was finding the differences. That feels like a not really an enjoyable puzzle for people who like puzzle games. So that's a weird one. It's also a weird one to time because it feels like the whole idea of finding differences, well, maybe it's a reasonable thing to time. But I would have liked the final puzzle to be a little more satisfying with a little more of a story at the end there. I still like the series a lot. And I am absolutely interested in playing the others, although now I'm a little bit curious because I sort of assumed that all of the 3 sets, so the second set of 3 are about Maria. So the story does continue with the next 3 being a continuation of this story, a part 2 of this story. Then the third set of 3 seems like a totally independent story, not in this world. But it also seemed, what I didn't expect was, it seemed like from what we heard, we are not going to be playing the schizophrenic Maria anymore. So I guess it sounds like in the next set, we won't be doing these murderous, evil deeds anymore. We'll still be tracking someone who does. But we won't be doing it, and that's one of the unique elements of this game will be gone. Although I guess if we're tracking this crazed, maniacal, schizophrenic killer, it might still have that same vibe. I'm not sure if it will lose something. I guess the other thing to say is it seems very clear. Well, let's back up again. So I said the other thing in the beginning would be interesting is this going to be one of these things where at the end it turns out she's not schizophrenic and really did save the world? And I guess the answer to that is the game strongly implied that she just was crazy, but doesn't really give us a definitive answer, right? Didn't actually tell us, hey, she is crazy, none of this is real. And I guess I kind of like that, although I would expect at the end to be given an answer. However, I will point out, I do think it's worth thinking about whether there weren't some scenes in here that tell us that this has to be real. Now, I was going to say the safety deposit box stuff. So if you remember the safety deposit box scene, she calls someone and she goes over there and gets the key from them. And then she's able to get into the security box where she finds this cryptex hidden codes and stuff. So if that really happened, that would suggest that this is real. On the other hand, we don't see anyone else in those scenes but Maria. So it probably makes more sense that it's her safety deposit box all along and her key all along. And she's just called a wrong number and imagines the conversation. So I guess it's all completely consistent with her being completely crazy right from the start. I'm a huge fan of that. I've talked about that on this channel before. To me, I'd much rather watch a movie where you don't know if it's real or supernatural, where you don't know if someone's crazy or it's supernatural, and rather than it being really clearly supernatural for the whole time. I'm not going to repeat Dorf's comment. I don't want us to give away any spoilers, but I do happen to love the movie Frailty. But I'm going to give you another movie, much less well-known. So, Frailty, I love. One of my favorite movies is Frailty. I recommend it. But I'm going to give you another movie, a very indie movie that I also love. And it's called They Look Like Monsters. So there's your homework. I want you to go watch this indie movie, They Look Like Monsters. Very low budget. Get yourself in the right mood. Have your expectations low. And let me know what you thought of it next time we meet. All right. So there you have it. 3 boxes of the 50 Clues series. I'll be recording a spoiler-free review soon. Thank you for this group of just a handful of people who have joined me for the whole series. If Jep Norsker, the author, watches this video, he can post a comment and let us know what the idea was for solving that car puzzle. I'd play more of these. I find them very just enjoyable process. The puzzles are interesting enough. They're challenging enough, and the story moving on with the interaction of cards. I mean, I like it as a system. I like the web interface. Just pointing out constructive criticisms of how I think it could be even better. Okay, any final thoughts from the chat? 9 concurrent viewers, 9 likes. Okay, so we've reached our crossover point. I didn't think we were going to get there today, but we've reached the crossover point where the number of viewers matches the number of likes. That's always a fun part at the end of the evening. Look at this bullshit with YouTube always pushing me to enable ads. I always turn monetization off, no ads, I don't want it. Now, every time I make a live stream, multiple times during the setup, it puts this little banner off. Hey, do you want to turn off mid-roll ads? No, I don't want it. I don't want you sticking ads in the middle of my videos. If I don't want any ads at all for 4 years, it suddenly thinks I want to stick in ads in the middle of the live stream. Hopefully no one gets ads on any of my videos. YouTube's is very cagey about whether they're really going to show ads. And I wonder what they do. I really wonder if you had two identical videos, one lets you show one shows ads. If they're not making any income from you when you don't show ads, it does seem like they have less incentive to push people to watch it. Their incentives are all to push videos with ads. I have wondered, like, is not putting ads on the videos deliberately making YouTube less likely to share them? I suppose it doesn't really matter for us, but I am curious about it. Think about the money you'd get from 9 viewers. Yes, good point. I'm guessing the Adventures of Maria would get demonetized anyway. Well, that's a good point too. Okay, thank you for joining me. Thanks for the experience. I hope you got something out of this. I had fun. I'm glad I didn't have to go through it alone. That would be it's pretty dark stuff to go through alone. All right, so on Friday, in 2 days, we'll be playing a much lighter, warmer game, A Midsummer Night from Time Stories Revolution. Another similar card-based narrative game, but a completely different, lighter tone. And in between, there's Thanksgiving or Friendsgiving, whatever you celebrate. Even if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you'll take a moment out of your day to think about the things you're thankful for. I'm sure we can all think of some. I'm thankful for those of you who join me for these videos, and I'll see you next time.